Vote change Fiona Ma file item 45, SB 545, from no to aye.
Ma, SB 545, no to aye.
Vote change fewer, item 45, SB 545, no to aye.
Fewer, SB 545, no to aye.
Members, there's a committee report at the desk relative to AB 1130 by Mr. Solorio. Is there any objection to adopting the committee report? Seeing and hearing none, the committee report is deemed read and deemed adopted. Mr. Torrico? Members, once again, we are taking up bills, we are adopting reports. Members need to come to the chambers to participate. All right, Mr. Hagman, we just adopted a committee report. The information should be on your desk. Mr. Torrico.
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to allow Assemblymember Solorio to take up AB 1130 without reference to file today for the purpose of third reading.
Mr. Hagman, without objection. Mr. Solorio, are you prepared to do that? Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1130 by Assemblymember Solorio, an act relating to education.
You may open, Mr. Solorio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This bill will support the efforts of the State Superintendent of Public Instruction in revising the accountability system to include a cohort-specific measure of growth of the academic progress of the same students over time. Measuring growth identifies the true academic levels of all students, acknowledges the hard work of educators and students across California, and facilitates a culture of ongoing improvement. These Senate amendments added a provision to provide greater transparency and disclosure of the activities of the API Advisory Committee in notifying the legislature of their recommendations. This bill is supported by EdVoice, CTA, AXA, and the California School Boards Association. There's no opposition to the bill, and it has received unanimous support so far. I ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no discussion or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes, ayes 41, no 0. We have concurrence in Senate amendments. Mr. Torrico.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby request unanimous consent to allow Mr. Perez to take up Assembly Bill 1318 without reference to file immediately.
Without objection. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1318 by Assemblymember V. Manuel Perez, an act relating to the South Coast Air Quality Management District.
You may open, Mr. Perez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. AB 1318 is intended to allow the South Coast Air Quality Management District to transfer a limited number of emission reduction credits for the purposes of facilitating the construction of an energy peaking facility in my district designed to enhance electric grid reliability for the Southern California region and economy, help facilitate the retirement of older, less efficient units along the coast, and provide backup power for Southern California renewable energy development. Senate amendments include a multi-agency electric reliability assessment for the purposes of recommending how best to meet South California energy demand while ensuring compliance with AB 32, a requirement that the California Energy Commission determine whether the credits satisfy all applicable legal requirements and prohibits the transfer if the CSC determines they do not. Language was also amended into the bill that ensures that the South Coast Air Quality Management District has sufficient credits for this facility. Essential public services, small businesses, and facilities looking to repower and upgrade. I ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no discussion or debate, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. 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 Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 43, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. Mr. Torrico.
That's fine. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hereby request unanimous consent to allow Mr. De La Torre to take up without reference to file AB 985 immediately.
AB 985. Mr. Hagman.
Roll call vote, please, Madam Speaker.
Members, Mr. Hagman would like a roll call vote in order to allow Mr. De La Torre to take up his bill. Clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. Mr. Torrico is asking for an aye vote. Mr. Hagman, I presume, is asking for a no vote. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Mr. Torrico is asking for an aye vote. Mr. Hagman for a no vote. All members vote who desire to 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 vote. Mr. Torico is asking for an aye vote. Mr. Hagman for a no vote. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Mr. Torico is asking for an aye vote. Mr. Hagman for a no vote. All members vote who desire to 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 vote. Mr. Torico is asking for an aye vote. Mr. Hagman for a no vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 40, noes 18. The motion carries. Mr. De La Torre, you may take up your bill. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 985 by Assemblymember De La Torre, an act relating to real property.
You may open, Mr. De La Torre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Assembly Bill 985 seeks to create a more efficient system for the removal of discriminatory language in housing documents throughout the state. If you recall, when the bill left the Assembly, I read to you the language in my deed that was limiting who could live in the house that I now live in. I'm not going to do that tonight. But the amendments taken in the Senate allow a county recorder to charge an initial fee of not more than $2, and the Board of Supervisors shall have the ability to adjust the fee to a whole dollar amount reasonably sufficient to recover costs for performing activities related to the redaction of unlawful restrictive covenants. The funds generated by this fee shall be used only by the county collecting the fee for the sole purpose of performing activities related to the redaction of an unlawful restrictive covenant. I'm not going to read to you my restrictive covenant because you heard that before, but I thought you should hear this equally historical document. Permission to read?
Without objection.
This is a poem called Restrictive Covenant by Langston Hughes. When I move into a neighborhood, folks fly. Even every foreigner that can move, moves. Why? The moon doesn't run, neither does the sun. In Chicago, they've got covenants restricting me, hemmed in on the south side, can't breathe free, but the wind blows there. I reckon the wind must care. This is a stain on our country's history, on our state's history. It needs to be removed. I urge your aye vote.
Seeing and hearing no debate or discussion, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Mr. De La Torre moves a call. Members, we move on now to file item 25 in our regular file, ACR number 71. Mr. Nielsen, clerk will read.
Assembly Concurrent Resolution 71 by Assemblymember Nielsen relative to Milton La Malfa Memorial Highway.
You may open, Mr. Nielsen.
Madam Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the State Assembly, I beg your indulgence to support this resolution naming the Milton La Malfa Memorial Highway, a stretch up north on Highway 99 near the Oroville Dam Reservoir, Lake Oroville. Little ranch up there along that road called the La Malfa Ranch, founded by Milt La Malfa's father in 1931. A ranch on which many crops, but particularly rice, has been raised over the many, many decades. Pioneering ranch for maximizing production and conservation use, good stewardship of the land. There's a beautiful shop there. As you come down from the north headed south, you can see the shop by virtue of the huge American flag Milt La Malfa had painted on that barn. He was a pioneer and a visionary in the rice industry, a leader of many organizations, and a thoroughly fine man. I had the pleasure and honor of being his friend. Many years ago, his son, a fellow named Doug, you may be familiar with him, formerly and current, you're always an assemblyman once you're here, an Assemblyman Doug La Malfa. Doug La Malfa came to my house one day and he said, I'd like you to consider endorsing me. I'm going to run for the State Assembly. Well, I had 3 other friends in that race. So we sat down and talked, and I had no thought that I would be endorsing that fellow Doug La Malfa that day. And after a half an hour, I said to him, Doug, I'm going to endorse you. He said, well, Jim, I know you've got these other friends. We've only talked a few minutes. Why would you endorse me? I said, Doug, I don't know you all that well, but what I've heard in the last half hour shows me that Milt La Malfa is inside you. You are Milt La Malfa's son. And I know Milt La Malfa. That's all that I need. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a beautiful stretch of land. It is a beautiful ranch. He is a wonderful man. He leaves his wife Karen, Sherry, Lisa, his daughters, and our own Doug. Please support this resolution that we may remember a truly great leader, a wonderful man, husband, father, and grandfather.
Thank you, Mr. Nielsen. Seeing and hearing no debate or discussion, clerk will open the roll. This needs to be a roll call vote, members. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 59, noes 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. Mr. Torrico.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hereby request unanimous consent to allow Mr. Solorio to take up without reference to file AB 1053 immediately.
Very well, 1053. Clerk will, Mr. Hagman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just like to request a roll call vote on that as well.
Members, we have a request for a roll call vote on the motion to suspend the rules. Clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. Mr. Torrico asks for an aye vote. Mr. Hagman for a no vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Mr. Torrico asks for an aye vote. Mr. Hagman for a no vote. All members vote who desire to 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 vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes, ayes 40, noes 22. Motion to suspend the rule passes. Mr. Solorio, you may open on AB 1053. Oh, just one moment. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1053 by Assemblymember Solorio, an act relating to juveniles.
There it is on the board. Mr. Solorio, you may open. Mr. Solorio may open. Is his mic working?
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This bill would require the Department of Juvenile Justice to place youth who have been aged out on supervised parole prior to their discharge. They need help with reentry services. This bill was amended in the Senate to include language which would allow the state to ratify a new interstate compact for juveniles. I ask for your aye vote. Bill has no opposition and bipartisan support.
Seeing no debate or discussion, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. 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 Mr. Solorio moves a call. We will go back in the file to file item 2, Senate Bill 819. Ms. Ma will be presenting. Clerk will read. Oh, one moment. All right, members, we're going to take up file item 1, SB 131. Before we do that, Mr. Torrico? All right, we'll do this bill. SB 131, clerk will read.
Senate Bill 131 by Senator Wiggins, an act relating to alcoholic beverages and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Ms. Ma, you may open.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, SB 131 would create a narrow tied house exception that would allow the San Francisco Symphony, a nonprofit entity, to receive charitable donations from alcoholic beverage suppliers. This exception is necessary because the San Francisco Symphony also holds an on-sale retail license for a very small portion of its facilities. The possession of this retail license blocks the supplier from providing charitable contributions, both monetary and product, to this important nonprofit symphony. I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Seeing and hearing no, there's some debate. Mr. Berryhill.
Real quickly, I just want to say that these kind of charities and music are so great for communities, as well as so terrific for kids, that I strongly support this measure. I urge my colleagues to have an aye vote.
Seeing no debate or discussion, clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. 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 Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 54, no 0. Senate amendments on the urgency. Ayes 54, no 0 on the measure. Senate amendments are concurred in. The measure passes. Members, we can go to file item 53. Mr. Eng is prepared to take up H.R. 20, but hold on just a moment. Members, we are doing our best to get through the file. There are still bills to be heard. If you could please focus your attention for just a few more minutes. Mr. Eng is prepared to take up file item 53, H.R. 20. Clerk will read.
House Resolution 20 by Assemblymember Ng relative to employment discrimination.
Members. Mr. Eng, you may open.
Thank you, lady. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and members. California law prohibits discrimination in the workplace on the basis of actual or perceived sexual orientation and gender identity. The state has led the nation by passing comprehensive prohibitions against workplace discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. This bill, H.R. 20, this resolution expresses the Assembly's support for the Federal Employment Non-Discrimination Act of 2009 and respectfully urges Congress to pass the act and the President to sign it. More than 55 major U.S. corporations and dozens of small employers have expressed public support for this passage, including Bank of America, Bristol-Myers, Chevron, Coca-Cola, Dow, General Motors, Google, Hewlett-Packard, Microsoft, Nike, and Time Warner. I would like to open the first roll for co-authors and then respectfully request an aye vote.
Members, Mr. Eng has asked that we open the first roll for co-authors. Clerk will open the roll. This is for co-authors, members. First roll is for co-authors. First roll is for co-authors. Clerk will close the roll. We have 39 co-authors. Members, we can adopt this resolution by a voice vote unless Mr. Hagman has an objection. It would be hard to know if we have an objection. Mr. Hagman's requesting a roll call on the resolution. Clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. 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 Mr. Eng moves a call. Mr. Tarico, for what purpose?
Motion of resolutions, Madam Speaker.
Without objection.
Request unanimous consent to allow Assemblymember Hayashi to take up file item number 2, Senator Yee, immediately.
Members, Mr. De La Torre has requested we lift the call on AB 985. Clerk will post. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 42, noes 19. Senate amendments are concurred. In. Members, Mr. Eng has asked that we lift the call on file item 53, H.R. 20. Clerk will post. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 44, noes 24. The resolution passes. Mr. Hagman, for what purpose?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Under motions to resolutions, I request unanimous consent for Colonel Cook to take up AB 717 without reference to file for a vote at this time.
What was that file number again?
717, the Vietnam bill.
Or AB 717 without reference to file. Without objection, Mr. Hagman. Mr. Cook, are you prepared to take up your bill? Mr. Torrico, for what purpose?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Motion resolutions, please.
Without objection.
Hereby requesting unanimous consent to allow Assemblymember Portantino to take up AB 48 without reference to file.
Mr. Hagman, without objection. Okay. Members, we are going to take up, without reference to file, we will take up AB 48. Mr. Portantino, clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 48 by Assemblymember Portantino and others, an act relating to private post-secondary education and making an appropriation therefore.
You may open, Mr. Portantino.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Let me first open by saying the bill is available on your computers, on your laptops, if you need to see it. I also want to acknowledge my co-author, Roger Nilo, and Senator Gloria Negrete-McLeod, who also worked very hard on this bill. AB 48 establishes a bureau within the Department of Consumer Affairs to regulate private colleges and enforce student protections. I know some of your offices have been lobbied with claims that this bill does not go far enough in protecting students. Let's be clear. As it stands today, students have no protections. In the past 2 years, since the former law expired, there have been numerous examples of how the lack of a regulatory system is hurting students. When Silver State Helicopters Flight Training School in El Cajon suddenly shut its doors and filed bankruptcy in February, it left dozens of students owing loans, some totaling nearly $70,000 for classes they hadn't completed. In March of this year, a Southern California film program charging up to $88,000 per student left an entire class of war veteran students without a quality education that would help land them a job. In July, a
student pending lawsuit was dismissed because the law on which the case was based was repealed. And just last month, the Montecito Fine Arts College of Design abruptly shut its doors, leaving nearly 1,200 students without a degree, without their tuition, and without recourse. The current Wild West of no regulation is unacceptable, and it is incomprehensible as to why some groups would advocate a continuation of the status quo. We know that another year without legislative action will cause more problems for countless students. AB 48 may not be perfect, but it responds to the major problems within the former law and the causes of failure in previous legislative attempts. Under AB 48, colleges in California will be required to have bureau approval and comply with numerous student protections. Schools will be prohibited from false advertising and inappropriate recruiting. Students will be given extensive disclosures with critical information such as program outlines, graduation and job placement rates, and license examination information. And colleges will be required to justify those figures. And it gives the Bureau an array of enforcement tools to ensure colleges comply with the law. Most importantly, AB 48 provides a guarantee that students can have to complete their educational goals or get their tuition refunded from the Student Tuition Recovery Fund if their institution closes its doors or fails to meet its educational responsibilities. This bill passed the Assembly floor with 70 aye votes, and the Senate amendments actually strengthen the student protection provisions. AB 48 represents our only chance of providing students with some level of protection this year. It had 4 policy committee hearings, and I'd like to thank Chairs Hayashi Romero and Negrete McLeod for their work during this process. I respectfully ask for your aye vote so we can bring some protections and a student recovery fund to the students who put their life spending on the line to get an education. They deserve the protection, and I respectfully ask for an aye vote. And again, I want to thank Roger Nilo for his co-authorship.
Mr. Nilo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, but for the freshmen here, you will remember last year Mr. Portantino and I sparred continually over a bill that he was jockeying here on behalf of Senator Parada. I did not like that bill. A lot of us didn't like that bill. This year, Mr. Portantino and I got together and we worked out a good, common sense approach to private post-secondary regulation in California. It is a vast improvement over the proposal of Senator Parada last year. It is an improvement over the system that we had that expired a couple of years ago. It is a good balance of meaningful protections for students and also with an eye toward the viability of the institutions themselves. This is a system that educates, 400,000 students in our state, a very important part of our education system. I urge an aye vote.
Mr. Davis.
Madam Speaker and members, this bill, I remember the Parada bill last year, and I am glad that we have some measure before us today. But also in the future, I hope that this measure will serve as a foundation upon which we can further develop some more protections for students to do a few things. One, to make sure that the Bureau is accountable for the regulation of our schools in a tougher way in the future, to make sure that there is a Student Recovery Act for students, and finally, to make sure that we have some verifiable indicators of school performance. And so while this effort is a bipartisan effort and it is something significant to deal with these schools, I hope that this only serves as a foundation for the future upon which we can strengthen student protections.
Mr. Swanson.
Madam Speaker, permission to ask the author a question?
Without objection.
Mr. Portantino, many of us supported this bill when it came through the floor, and now we've received some floor alerts in opposition. California Federation of Teachers, State Building Trade and Construction Trade Council, Consumer Federation of California. And I was wondering if you could talk about why these groups are now opposing the bill.
Mr. Swanson, frankly, I'm surprised by some of the opposition that came in late. We took 17 amendments from the Consumer Federation. We actually strengthened the student protections. The Senate BMP and the Senate Pro Tem staff negotiated the final set of amendments. And I'll give you one example. We have a written disclosure provision in the bill. We think a written disclosure, that when the student gets the information from the school, there's an actual written record of the disclosure. We think that's a better record and a better student protection. For example, one of the consumer groups wanted an oral disclosure, which we don't think stands up in court. So we think the actual protections are better now than when it left this House. And again, it was negotiated with the Pro Tem's office, the BMP staff, and frankly, I'm surprised at some of the late opposition that came out of left field, because we had an open door policy. This bill had 4 committee hearings where we've been working with all of these groups throughout the entire process, and I'm just as surprised at you that it showed up at this late date to oppose this bill. Frankly, there are some provisions that people wanted that were in the Parada bill that are just going to get vetoed. And I find it unacceptable to send a bill that's going to get vetoed so we have a year without any more protection. So an excellent question, and we've tried to put as much protections as we can, and I gave you one example where we think the protection's better than an oral disclosure.
Okay, I'm on time. Madam Speaker, I'm just concerned about the opposition that has developed, and because of that, I can't support the bill at this time.
Mr. Amiano.
Thank you. Question for the author.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. What percentage of students in this bill that's covered by the bill as it passed in the Assembly, and now what's the percentage in the bill that was passed by the Senate? I understand there's a difference there.
We added one more class of accreditation to the exemptions, and again, our theory was this. We want the Bureau to focus on the bad actors, so to speak. We want the Bureau, when it starts, to go after the schools that have no accreditation, have no body that has sanctioned them. We felt it was more important to focus on going after the most egregious offenders and allow some exemptions to let them focus on the egregious offenders. That was our purpose. So I think when it left the House, we had the WASC exemption, and now we have some regional exemption. I don't know the percentage, but again, these are accredited schools. We're not exempting any non-accredited schools. And again, when an agency starts, I frankly want them going after the worst actors, and by the time they do that, there'll be the reevaluation of the exemption, and that was built into this. And that was the theory.
Okay. On my own time, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, on my own time, I want to thank the author for his deliberative answer. However, the opposition has made some very credible points in my mind. I will not be supporting this, and I would urge a no vote.
Seeing no... Mr. Perez.
Question to the author.
Without objection.
Mr. Portantino, I'm trying to get a little follow-up on the question that Mr. Amiano just asked. And as I heard the answer about talking about the worst actors, are we presupposing that one group are the bad actors, not another?
No, what we're saying is that there are schools that have been accredited by a recognized accredited agency. There are schools that have gone through a thorough process to earn their accreditation, and there are schools that have not. And there are schools that start up and have not been accredited. What I'm saying is, when you set up the regulatory body, I want them to start with the schools that have not gone through any accrediting process. To me, it makes sense to go after those startup institutions that haven't gone through a process, that haven't had checks and balances, that haven't been reviewed, haven't gone through an agency accreditation.
On my own time?
Without objection.
I supported this bill as it came through, both in committee and on the floor. Quite frankly, the opposition that I've seen mounted in the last couple of days causes me some concern, and so I'm not sure that I'm prepared to vote for this bill as it's currently structured, given the late nature of the changes as they've been made aware from me on a wharf, and given the late opposition that we've seen on this. But I thank you for your answer.
Seeing no further discussion or debate, Mr. Portantino, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to address some of the questions because I think they were taken from one of the opposition sheets that claim that there isn't a student recovery fund. There is a student recovery fund in this bill. Not only that, we've made the schools that are exempt have to pay into that fund so students will have further protections. As far as the amendments taken over in the Senate, they strengthened the bill. They didn't weaken the bill. The student protections are stronger now than when each and every one of you voted on the bill. I'm frankly surprised at the late opposition that came up in the last 24 hours. I've been preoccupied with another issue, and all of a sudden this opposition showed up. So all I can tell my colleagues is that the bill is better now than when it left this House, and each and every one of you voted on it. The final amendments were negotiated by the Senate B&P committee and by the Pro Tem's office, again, with an eye towards increasing the student protections. So if you vote for this bill today or you don't vote for this bill today, you will be laying off a stronger bill than the one you voted for when it left this House. I respectfully ask for an aye vote. This is important to give students protections. If we have one more year where thousands of students are left literally out in the cold without the ability to recover their funds when a school goes out of business, we're going to be in a sorry state in this state. It's critical that we have this bill. Mr. Davis's comments are we can come back and improve what's not working, but we thought the best thing to do is to go after the unregulated schools, the unaccredited schools, the schools that are hurting our children, and we need to protect them as much as possible, and we think this bill does. I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. 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 Mr. Portantino moves a call. Members, Mr. Nava has requested that we lift the call on file item 207. Clerk will post. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 44, noes 27. Senate amendments are concurred in. Members, Mr. Solorio has requested that we lift the call on AB 1053. Clerk will post. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 42, noes 28. Senate amendments are concurred in. Members, we have another item on the daily file. File item 4 by Senator Simitian. Mr. Krikorian will present. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 14 by Senator Simitian, an act relating to energy and make an appropriation therefore.
You may open, Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this job can be frustrating sometimes. Sometimes it seems like we spend a lot of our time on the mundane, and sometimes, especially on evenings like this, we become frustrated by the legislative process. But there are some moments when we as a legislature come together to create truly momentous change that will impact the future. This is one of those moments. I am very, very honored to be able to present to you SB 14 by Senator Simitian, which is the product of well over a year of intensive, bicameral, bipartisan effort, drawing in input from stakeholders across the broad spectrum of the energy universe. And SB 14, in brief, will keep California in the leadership of the globe in the generation and use of renewable energy. SB 14, together with my Assembly Bill 64, which passed the Senate earlier this evening with bipartisan support, together these two bills form a comprehensive policy initiative that will enact an enforceable renewable energy portfolio standard that will have California generating 33% of its electricity from renewable sources by the year 2020. The 33% standard will apply equally to private utilities, energy service providers, and to public utilities. SB 14 will encourage utilities to build renewable projects here in California. If a utility can't or doesn't want to build its own generation facilities, it also encourages the procurement of in-state renewable electricity. But it also allows for substantial out-of-state intermittent resources such as solar and wind to be firmed and shaped and counted as delivered power in California if there's sufficient transmission capacity between California and the source of generation. It also allows out-of-state resources that can't be delivered to count towards the RPS through the use of renewable energy credits, with the only limitation being that up to 25% of the requirement can be met by the use of RECs. And in fact, that number can even be increased if the utility also engages in utility-owned generation. If the circumstances of running the electricity grid in our state make it impossible to achieve the RPS goals, both AB 64 and SB 14 provide utilities with the tools and flexibilities that they need to succeed in achieving these goals. Most significantly, these bills grandfather all existing projects and contracts. Any project that currently counts towards the RPS will continue to count. This bill also gives utilities an additional 3 years to meet our existing RPS target of 20%. It eliminates all accumulated deficits that utilities now have from failing to procure, preventing utilities from being fined for failing to comply with the existing law. SB 14 allows utilities to bank over procurement in 1 year for use in future years if they hit an obstacle on the road to 33%. And finally, SB 14 allows utilities to delay compliance if there, as a result of insufficient transmission, permitting or siting delays, or inadequate supply. Now, my AB 64, which I say has already passed the Senate, will be back here on concurrence. You'll hear more about that later. But that bill will streamline and expedite transmission and generation siting. It will incentivize utility-owned generation, and it will require comprehensive energy planning to help us to meet our 33% goal. Taken together, these two bills will be a substantial leap forward in California's reliance on renewable energy, and given the hour, I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Mr. Smythe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I rise in opposition to this measure. You know, California is already a leader in renewable technology and meeting standards with our 20% goal already in place. And yet we have not even reached that goal, and yet we are now asking for a 33% goal and already raising that bar. It would seem wise to at least reach our first goal of 20% before we choose to raise the bar even further and ask for a higher standard of 33%. The other concern, when you rapidly raise these goals and these RPS standards, it creates a seller's market for these renewables and can really have an impact. We also, the brunt of the cost of this will fall primarily on our manufacturing industry here in California. And we just had recently representatives from the NUMMI power plant here, and we took action as a body to try to save that plant here in California. But they left, and they left partially because of the regulations that they face here in California. So by raising this standard to now 33%, we're going in complete contradiction to the actions we took earlier in trying to save and preserve our manufacturing industry here in California. So before we move forward with a new standard, why don't we take the novel approach and actually meet the goal that we had just passed several years ago before we raise the bar even higher and put even a greater burden on the businesses and utilities here in California? I've got to ask for a no vote.
Mr. Furutani.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this bill because of all of the great work that's been done by not only Senator Simitian but also Assemblymember Paul Krikorian. I understand that it's a very ambitious goal upon another goal, but the issue that has come about is it has really generated an enthusiasm and an energy among the energy providers relative to looking at this issue of a green economy. This is going to generate not only alternative energy, this is going to generate jobs, this is going to generate industry, this is going to generate also electricity where the ratepayer will not end up holding the bag relative to the cost. There are caps on how much the ratepayer is going to end up paying, but this has to also be looked at from the standpoint of a short-range investment that is going to pay off more in the mid and long range. I understand the goal's ambitious, but I've been amazed at the ability of the authors of both the Senate and the Assembly bill to bring all of the stakeholders together, all of the energy producers, all of the unions, all of the enviros, all of the folks that are a part of this effort together to take on this challenge. And not only is it going to be reaching a goal relative to alternative energy, it is going to be a part of firmly establishing this green industry in California where we will benefit from it. Thank you. I urge and I vote.
Mr. DeVore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I was struck by the floor manager's opening remarks about being frustrated and talking about difficulties working in this body. For a moment there, I thought I was listening to a Republican speaking about the lack of good bills on this floor tonight. And then I realized that he was talking about SB 14, one of the most spectacularly bad pieces of legislation that I have seen in my 5 years in the State Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not even making our 20% goal for 2010. And this bill says, well, we'll allow the utilities to perhaps delay it for 3 years. Well, that should be an interesting feat from a mathematical and industrial engineering standpoint, increasing the amount of electricity from renewable sources by a whopping 13% in over 7 years. Ladies and gentlemen, California already suffers from the fact that our manufacturing industries, those industries that provide working Californians with those needed entry rungs of the economic ladder as they work to provide for their families and pay the rent or mortgage and save for their children's education, it already suffers from the fact that our electrical costs are 45% higher than the national average. Of course, that stands to reason because our electrical costs are the highest in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, what this measure would do is boost it by another 30%. So I guess we're not merely satisfied with utterly eviscerating the few remaining manufacturing entities in the state, like the new United Motors manufacturing plant out of Fremont that's leaving partially because of high electricity costs. No, we're not satisfied with completely eviscerating manufacturing. Now we're going to go after the people who just live here, who are just paying for air conditioning or heating in their residences. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see a perfect example of how the green economy can go rotten real fast, and the green really stands for mold, take a look at Spain. Look at what happened in Spain, because what happened in Spain is you had this Al-Qaeda attack on the Spanish transit system right before an election. The socialists swept into power, and the green power agenda was at the top of their list to do. They went all in on things like solar and wind power. Now the verdict's in. The verdict is in on the Spanish experiment with green power. For every green job created in Spain, they lost 2.2 regular jobs. How's that for a net job increase? In fact, out of all the newly unemployed Europeans in the Eurozone over the last year, 60% of them are Spaniards. 60% of the newly unemployed in Europe are Spaniards because they made their energy costs so high they are less competitive within the Eurozone. Now, one last comment about global warming. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not an island. We're neither an economic island nor are we an environmental island. And yes, this may in fact result in some modest reductions in global greenhouse gas emissions as coal-fired power, which is about 16 or 17% of our electricity, is replaced.
30 seconds, Mr. DeVore.
But the problem with that is as we lose our manufacturing jobs, they're going to go to places like coal-fired Nevada or Utah or Texas or Pennsylvania or China or India. So we'll have more global greenhouse gas emissions and less jobs in California. Vote no on this terrible piece of legislation.
Mr. Huffman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps someday we'll be able to harness the power of the hot air on this Assembly floor. But until that golden day, we need to keep building on the successful model of renewable energy that we've begun. Senator Simitian is offering us an important bill to take us further down that road, and I support it with enthusiasm because it represents two imperatives that I take very seriously. The first is to reduce our greenhouse gas emission. I regard global climate change as the defining issue of perhaps our lifetime. California has been a leader on this, and we know that our energy economy is critical to further reducing greenhouse gases and to building a clean, sustainable economy for the future. But the second imperative is, quite frankly, to protect us from the volatility of our current energy mix. What people that try to scare you about the high price of renewable power never seem to mention is that our current fuel load is constantly increasing in cost. Even the most conservative Department of Energy assumptions about our natural gas-intensive energy mix right now show an increase of something like 3% or more a year. If you plot that out over time, and if you plug in an aggressive investment in renewables right now, with a bill like this, within a matter of just a few years, the price difference between renewables and our fossil fuel energy mix will cross, and we will begin to save money because, ladies and gentlemen, the infrastructure is costly, but once you get it in, the fuel is free. So let's take this important step towards stabilizing our energy costs, and not even to mention our national security, by investing in renewable energy resources that will save California ratepayers big time in the years ahead.
30 seconds, Mr. Huffman.
This is an important journey. It won't be finished until 2030. We're going to have to start looking even further than that, but it's time to get on the road, and I encourage an aye vote for this very important landmark legislation. And I also want to thank Assemblymember Krikorian and Assembly Members Fuentes for their important work on this measure.
Mr. Bill Berryhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this. You know, folks, it's easy to be green when you got food on your table and Perrier in your water bottle from certain parts of California. You know what? This is killing California. We're pushing way too hard. We can't meet our goals as it is. And number two, we don't count hydroelectric as green energy. What's with that? What is more green and what is more renewable than major hydroelectric? The fact of the matter is, members, we don't call it renewable because it comes from dams and reservoirs that, by the way, help to feed the world, help to feed and fuel job growth throughout the valley. And I'm getting sick and tired of watching this body shoot down water, shoot down job growth in this state through this kind of attitude. And I will not take it from those who got food on their table telling those who are trying to get this state straightened out. I'm tired of it. I urge a no vote.
Ms. Skinner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, by the passage of this bill, we will be the first state with a 33% renewable portfolio standard, and that will be a great day. Now, for me, it will be a great day not primarily because of its reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, because interestingly enough, a bill that we passed earlier today, AB 758, which would help us retrofit our existing building stock, is actually worth more carbon reduction than a 33% renewable portfolio standard. But why? But this particular bill, 33% renewable portfolio standard, does have a carbon reduction, but what it does even more so is its air quality improvement. It enables us to build in-state electrical generation that will add no pollution to our air. And as a state that has some of the most polluted air basins in the country, that's a very essential goal. Additionally, while there's been much complaint on the floor about high costs, we have no control over the rising cost of fossil fuels. We have no control over that. We do, once we have invested in and built our renewable energy power plants, there is no more fuel cost to those. So once those costs are met in terms of its investment for construction, we will have a very low cost power generation. So we are hedging against future increases in fossil fuel costs. This is a very good measure from an economic point of view in terms of that long-term investment, and it is an excellent measure for air quality, and it is an excellent measure for our greenhouse gas reduction goals. I urge and I vote.
Mr. Tom Berryhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I sat on that UNC committee, sat through a lot of different hearings on all this stuff, and it was really a handful of stuff that they tried to take on. I do applaud both authors for all the hard work that they put in, diligent work, and the hours really that they did trying to get to the center in this thing and get consensus. But I'll tell you, as hard as they worked, at the end of the day, we still have tremendous transmission issues back and forth, export issues. We have, out of British Columbia, there's a lot of hydroelectric that we could be using, we just don't. The cleanest of all energy. It is late, I will keep this brief, but really, at the end of the day, when we sit here and we try to help, and we say that we're going to be helping ratepayers, if this bill goes through, the dirty little secret is that the average guy out there that's trying to put food on his table is going to pay a lot more for his energy, and this I urge a no vote.
Mr. Nastandi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question of the author.
Without objection.
Does the bill include hydropower for the RPS standard?
The bill does not change the existing definition of eligibility under the current RPS law, which allows small hydro to qualify as a renewable source. It does provide for a study by the Energy Commission of whether larger hydro could also count as a renewable resource.
If I may continue to ask, why would large hydro not be considered clean energy?
This bill does not alter the existing eligibility of renewable sources that has been worked out over the course of the years of the renewable portfolio legislation. And it's a matter of balancing many environmental goals as to how what resources are considered to be eligible under the current law.
And I applaud your efforts for what we're doing here, but I think that's a fundamental question that other people have mentioned, so I won't belabor it too much. But I believe the federal standard does have hydroelectric counted as renewable, and I don't quite understand. I have not heard a good argument as to why we do not count hydroelectric, because if our goal really is to reduce emissions for electricity, hydropower and nuclear power should be included in those efforts. And I would be happy to support these goals, these efforts, if we would be, I think, intellectually honest about what we're trying to achieve and how we're going to achieve it. So if we would include hydroelectric, include nuclear power, and then also look at if we want to create this market for solar power, biodiesel, we should then allow other regulations or have other regulations that allow those technologies to come forward. We should be able to manufacture solar panels. We should have above-ground storage of biodiesel and things like that. So once again, I applaud the effort, but hopefully we have a more holistic viewpoint going forward of what we can do in the grand scheme of things, of making it a cleaner energy and including all the clean energy and not just selected ones. But I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Mr. Fuentes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of this measure. You know, as we endeavor to leverage the gray stack economy into a green stack economy, a couple of things are incredibly clear. Those things are that we have to have dependable, reliable, and stable energy sources in order so that California prospers as the rest of the country has, largely because of our energy policies. And as we're moving from a gray stack to a green stack economy, we've got to do that with a couple of objectives in mind. Greenhouse gas reductions. We all know the economic benefits of lower health costs as a result of reducing our greenhouse gases. This bill does that. Energy security. Moving away from fossil-based fuels help us make sure that we stay independent and strong as a sovereign state and country. This bill does that. In addition, it also has a very strong, important component in having economic development as a goal of this leveraging of the gray stack to the green stack economy. This bill does that. This bill does that in many ways for utilities and provides the flexibility necessary for us to make that transition. That flexibility is encompassed by the renewable energy credits that are being allowed for in this measure. we can have 25% of the development that's going to take place to leverage that resource come out of state. We also provide for an additional 5% if utilities own and implement their own generation in the state of California. We've provided for flexible compliance components so that way utilities, if there are problems with siting and permitting, have the necessary off-ramps in order to get to the ultimate goal. And lastly, we figured out how to design the deliverability just moments ago in my committee to allow for additional flexibility when you dispatch this energy, this intermittent energy resource from 1 hour into 24-hour intervals. Members, this is a very good measure, and it's a big measure as a result of a lot of work, primarily by Senator Simitian and also Assemblymember Krikorian. This measure deserves your support. It deserves California's support and is vitally important to make sure that we lead as we have in the different fields of California success. And this one is particularly important because it's energy. Members, I request an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fuentes. Members, it's a bit noisy in here. If you could please hold your conversations down. Debate is almost ended on this measure. Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I rise in support of this bill because I support renewable energies. But you do have to understand that renewables, many of them, are not 100% reliable. So if you've got a cloudy day, you're going to lose some solar power. If you have a less windy day, you're going to lose some wind power, which is why it's so very important that we have what are called peaker plants that make sure we have reliable power 100% of the time, because that's what we need. We're going to be hearing bills that are going to be coming here, SB 388 by Calderon. If you vote for this bill, you better vote for that bill, because renewables are not reliable and we need peaker plants to ensure 100% reliability. Senator Wright's going to have a bill coming over on peaker plants. If you vote for this bill, you need to vote for that bill, because renewables, again, are not 100% reliable. You need peaker plants to have 100% reliability. You so request an aye vote on this bill.
Seeing no further discussion or debate, Mr. Krikorian, you may close. Members, if you will please direct your attention to Mr. Krikorian.
Well, thank you, members. Let me first just respond to Mr. Liu by saying that many renewables are very reliable, and many renewables are baseload power. Some renewables are intermittent, and the further we go along the road of increasing more generation, having a greater diversity of renewable fuels, the greater our reliability. The further along we move towards developing storage technologies, the greater our reliability. But let me just say this. In June of 2008, the California Air Resources Board said that if we had any likelihood of reaching our AB 32 goals, we would have to move to a 33% renewable portfolio standard. In November of 2008, the governor agreed that we needed to have a 33% renewable portfolio standard. Senator Simitian has been working on a 33% renewable portfolio standard for several years. And yet we continue to be hung up by people who have one concern or another about how we get there. And I heard discussion about, well, we haven't even reached our 20% goal. Yes, exactly, which is why we need AB 64 and SB 14 to solve the problems that are interfering with our moving forward with the renewable energy that we need to generate here in California. That's why these bills have such broad support from the environmental community, from labor, from investor-owned utilities and municipal utilities, from ratepayer advocates. And for everyone here who's concerned about increases in costs, keep in mind there's a firm cost cap in this bill, and that's why TURN is supporting these bills. And that's why the California Chamber of Commerce has removed its opposition to both of these bills. This has broad support from the renewable developers who are going to form such an important part of the industries of the 21st century. Now, members, getting to 33% by 2020 is going to be a Herculean task. Let's make no bones about it. This is going to be a very difficult journey to embark upon. But by embarking upon that journey and by achieving that end, we will meet our greenhouse gas reduction goals. We will improve local air quality and improve the public health that's dependent upon that air quality. We'll increase a greater range of fuel diversity and price stability, which is helpful to ratepayers. And in fact, in the long term, we'll likely have rate reductions because, as Mr. Huffman said, once the infrastructure is built, the fuel is free. But perhaps most important, we will achieve and maintain our world leadership in renewable energy. We will stimulate innovation in this state. We will create countless green jobs, the ones that we're always talking about but never seem able to get moving on actually forming. We'll invite capital investment in this state, which is going to cause economic activity and create jobs. Now, this is going to be a difficult task. Maybe this bill isn't perfect as it is now. Maybe we will have to make changes over the course of the next decade. Perhaps so. But when John Kennedy stood up before this country and said, by the end of this decade, we will land a man on the moon and remove him safely to the earth, he didn't have a perfect plan for how to do that. But he set us upon the journey. And as a country, we embarked upon that journey, and we succeeded. In the same way, it's time we embark upon this journey now. Today is the day that we start freeing ourselves from our dependence on fossil fuels. I ask you to join us in that effort. Please vote aye on this bill. Thank you.
Clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. 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 Clerk will close the roll tally. The votes ayes 48, noes 26. The bill passes. Mr. Krikorian.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to request immediate transmittal to the Senate.
Clerk will note. Mr. Torrico, for what purpose?
Madam Speaker, I hereby request unanimous consent to rescind the previous action on file item number 2, SB 819, rescind that action, return it to the file, and allow Ms. Hayashi to take it up immediately as amended. File item number 2, SB 819, without reference to file.
Any objection to that motion? Mr. Hagman does not object. Members? Without objection, Mr. Torrico. We have amendments at the desk that are in order, so the vote has been rescinded. The clerk will read the amendments.
Senate Bill 819 with amendments by Assemblymember Hayashi.
Ms. Hayashi, you may open as amended.
Yeah, but I thought we needed 54 votes too.
Members, we have amendments at the desk.
Okay.
Any objection to adopting the amendments? Seeing and hearing none, the amendments will be deemed adopted. Now, Ms. Hayashi, the clerk will read.
Senate Bill 819 by Senator Yi, an act relating to professions and veterans and making an appropriation therefore.
Ms. Hayashi, you may open.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. SB 819 established the California Certified Public Accountants license as substantially equivalent to other states' licenses, ensuring that CPAs licensed here are able to represent their clients throughout the country. We have actually voted for this earlier tonight. I respectfully ask your vote.
Seeing and hearing no debate or discussion, clerk will open the roll. All members vote or desire to vote. All members vote or desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 51, noes 1. The urgency was removed, members, so clerk has closed the roll. The votes are aye 51, noes 1. The measure passes, and Ms. Hayashi has requested immediate transmittal. Mr. Calderon, you've been very patient, sir. Yes. For what purpose?
Madam Speaker, I would rise to request that we take up SCR 57 without reference to file.
One moment. Let me see if we have that at the desk.
That is his transportation.
It's a CHP officer.
Memorial Highway.
Thank you, Mr. Calderon. We will do that without reference to file. That was SCR 57. Clerk will read.
Senate concurrent resolution 57 by Senator Calderon relative to CHP Officer David M. Romero Memorial Highway.
Mr. Calderon, you may open.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This dedicates another portion of Highway 60 in memory of CHP Officer David Romero. He was he's a constituent in my district. He was killed in line of duty. He served as an officer for the California Highway Patrol for 23 years and is survived by his wife and 5 children. And this would be a way to honor his years of service to the state of California. Ask for an aye vote.
Members, we can do this with a voice vote. All those in favor of adopting the resolution, please signify by the usual sound of aye. Any nays? Seeing and hearing none, the resolution is adopted. Mr. Portantino has requested that the call be lifted on AB 48 without reference to file. Clerk will post. All members vote or desire to vote. All members vote or desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 42, noes 12. The measure passes. The Senate amendments are concurred in. Mr. Torrico, for what purpose?
Madam Speaker, there is a report from the Utilities and Commerce Committee relative to SB 827. SB 827. I ask that report be deemed adopted.
Mr. Hagman? Without objection.
Who's the
The report will be deemed adopted. There is no objection. Members, there are two additional bills that are part of the report that we just adopted. There's Senate Bill number 388 and Senate Bill number 450. Any objections to adopting those bills in addition to Senate Bill 827? This is the Utilities and Commerce Committee report. Any objection, Mr. Hagman? Without objection, those bills will likewise be adopted. Mr. Torrico.
Madam Speaker, hereby request unanimous consent to allow Colonel Cook to take up AB 717 without reference to file immediately.
Without objection. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 717 by Assemblymember Cook, an act relating to state observances.
Mr. Cook, you may open. Members, if you could please direct your attention to Colonel Cook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This has been a long day, and I think we've had a lot of drama, actually melodrama, I guess, this whole week. And I guess I'm going to add a little bit more to it. But before I start, and I think everyone here is familiar with this bill, we all know that this bill had another number on it. It passed unanimously through all committees, through the Senate, through this body, and was vetoed. And of course, a number of us, particularly Mr. Torrico, who I thought made one of the most impassioned speeches on my behalf on why what was done, in our opinion, and I use that word our, not Republican, not Democrat, but a pronoun that pertains to the Assembly, why we felt that was wrong. There's been a lot of conversation. You can't go around this building here, you know, where there's one subject that has been mentioned. Override, override, override. You know, I was going to talk about welcome home Vietnam veterans and the nightmares I used to have from Vietnam. Now I have a new one. It is called override, override, override. And in this bill and the procedure that happened, I'm sure that I and other people here have probably alienated a lot of people. And I apologize for that. That procedurally, everything else, maybe, we all got caught up in that. But I don't apologize for what we did tonight because, I was one of those ones that was also very, very angry at a number of individuals. I was angry with the process. I was, personally attacked. A lot of us put our careers, if that means anything, on the line. But we did it all together when you think about it. If that final vote was taken, and I'm here to tell you that we had some hiccups in the Senate, but I was very, very proud to be a member of the Assembly because it wasn't a Democratic issue or a Republican issue. Remember a few hours ago, and I guess it's more than that, what we talked about when we talked about 9/11? About how we're always at each other's throats and it's Democrat or Republican or what have you. We talked about the firefighters and the policemen and the heroic acts that we did as Americans because there was a cause that transcended our normal differences that we experience on a day-to-day basis. And for a short time, we had a number of very eloquent speakers, and I'd like to commend all those people that spoke. I guess it was this morning. I'm a little numb right now, to say the least. But we talked about capturing that spirit, that harmony. And I got caught up in it too. And I probably said some things to certain individuals outside of this office. We're not going to go into that inflamed the issue. And I talked to Jose Ramos. He's a guy in Whittier, California, a Vietnam veteran who's been working on this I don't know how many years. This is his pet project. Now, I don't know if Jose is a Democrat or a Republican. Sorry, Jose, I know you're a Democrat. But it doesn't make any difference. It wasn't about that. The mission here was to pass this bill, which I think we all bought into, or at least I think we did, that there was something that was long overdue, and that was this welcome home tribute to a number of individuals that gave their lives, their families, their soul for their country and came back and were forgotten. And I think I actually did a pretty good job in communicating that to you. I think, and I want to thank you for listening and having the patience to hear what I had to say about an issue that is extremely important to me. Yeah, you all know I'm a Vietnam veteran. Yeah, and you probably all know I'm probably a little screwed up in the head because of some of the experiences I had there. But it's tough because you never, ever forget the war never ended for a lot of individuals. You know, Jose Ramos continued that fight. You know, and I remember certain individuals, Lance Corporal Burris, he used to be my radio man, went up to be the company commander's radio man. I was a platoon commander. We ended up walking through a minefield. My platoon came through it. They opened up with mortars, suddenly all kinds of explosions in back. Lance Corporal Burris was probably the best radio man that I ever seen. By the way, an African American. But to me, he wasn't African American, he was green. And if you remember some of the words of this morning, it's not black, white, yellow. It's, in this case, it was green. And to allow race to, it was not a factor and shouldn't have been a factor. We were a band of brothers. Lance Corporal Burrows, the company commander, stepped on a mine, lost both his legs. Burrows, who was his radio man, used to carry 2 Mike 26 grenades. They blew up. He was killed. And, you know, I had to load him on the helicopter. And it was tough. But it was something that was part of Vietnam. It was something that all of us that were veterans remember, and that's why this issue, which is probably the most non-controversial bill that has come through this House, is so visceral, so sensitive to me and others, and why I got excited about it. You know, I could tell you about whether we had the votes here, didn't have the votes in the Senate, whether we didn't have an override. I mentioned Jose Ramos, and Jose Ramos reminded me of something. He said, you know, and he referred to me as Colonel. Great guy. He says, Colonel, you know, it's not all about politics. I don't understand the politics. I don't understand this and that and everything else. All I know is we want to get this done. And here he is. He was a sergeant. And I'll tell you, any officer who has been a good officer always knows that you listen to your sergeants, because they are a hell of a lot smarter than you are. And he basically said, Colonel, remember your mission. What is your mission? To argue with the governor? To argue with the Democrats? To argue with whomever? You know, you go to the Vietnam Memorial, and I ask each and every one of you to check and see if it's got behind their name deceased, Democrat, Republican, or decline the state. And we got to remember, and I had forgotten it last week. Why? I think I was getting caught up in the political world. You know, here I am so intent on getting, but the mission was to get this bill signed to grant this recognition that was long overdue. So what happened? Yeah. Went over there. I had a bill that was dead, 717, which you're going to have before you right now. It was gutted and amended. A lot of help by a lot of people, Democrats and Republicans. I didn't know if it was going to go forward. I really, really didn't. I wasn't really sure what kind of events were going to take place. But my mission was what? To pass this. Why? Because I owed it to those veterans. It wasn't about Paul Cook. It wasn't about anybody else. It was about them. That on one day a year, we would say, you know, welcome home. And that was the genesis of that. Went over there. I had a lot of help on both sides. And I got to tell you, I think we had to remind some people in the Senate, and I think they got it after a while, how important this was, not to me, but to America, to Californians, to a lot of people in this room when you think of how many families were touched by this terrible war and the lasting impact on it and how it tore us up as a society. And whether we were going to transcend that and do what those people did on 9/11 and forget that and come together as Americans and Californians and say, yeah, it's about time we took care of our own. So that's the reason. And as I said, if I misled somebody, I want you to know that it was not political. You know, I don't know where I'm going to go, other than at my age. Nathan Fletcher will probably tell you the nearest convalescent home. But in terms of politics, I don't know, and I don't care about that. Because my goal, my mission right now is to pass this and finally grant that recognition to Jose Ramos and countless other Vietnam veterans that have been ignored for so long. So the bill was whatever they do over there, and I tell you, I talked to so many people, and I had so many people helping me, and we got it done, and then we came over here, and the ink is still wet, maybe. And I normally don't like to do things, but I'll tell you, I think that was a noble cause on what all of you were part of, and all of you risked or put up to risk as your political career when you were almost called upon to vote, and I think we would have had a huge support. And
if you
it would
could
have
please
passed.
conclude, Mr. Cook.
I'm sorry I talked so long and I probably put you to sleep, but I ask you for your concurrence on this measure. Thank you on behalf of all Vietnam veterans.
Members, I know several of you have your mics up. It has been a very long day, and we started with 9/11 and kind of come full circle. Mr. Arambula.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I shall be brief in light of the hour. I did not serve in the military, but if I had, I would have wanted a leader to follow like Colonel Cook. I have served with Colonel Cook on a subcommittee on the budget for a number of years. I have been impressed with his intelligence, his courage, his willingness to look at issues independent of political affiliation. And he seeks to recognize those that have given their lives to our country, and I simply rise to recognize a hero in our midst. He is not a hero in the movies. He is a hero in real life. I'm very proud to call him a friend, and I would follow him into battle any day.
Mr. Silva.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the mayor of Huntington Beach, we have one of the biggest parades for the 4th of July west of the Mississippi. About 250,000 people gather and watch that parade. But we've never had, up until 1992, the Vietnam vets march in that parade. And I asked them why, and they said, well, it's always been kind of a tough issue, and we feel that we would not be accepted or wanted. And I said, well, I know for a fact Huntington Beach is very patriotic, and they would love to have you in the parade. So 1992, they marched in the parade. And when they walked down the street, everybody stood. They're very proud of the military, and they're very proud of the service that our Vietnam vets gave to our country. Colonel Cook, I have a lot of respect for you. There's one major difference between you and I. I was not in the military, and I've always felt bad about that. I have one eye. I wasn't able to pass physical. I couldn't get in. When you die, you'll have a flag on your casket. I won't. I'm sorry to say I won't. But I do thank you for everything you've done for our country.
Mr. Gilmore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll make my comments brief as well. You know, when I took my oath here on December 1st and sat across the aisle over there, I've met many of you, and we've talked and had a lot of personal conversations. I want to share just very, very briefly, when I went to the 5th floor to my little abode, the doghouse up there, as I walked down the aisle there, I looked to the left and I saw a Marine Corps flag. August 1st, 1969, I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps with my best friend at the time, Sonny Paxton, who was later became my brother-in-law. I went to Okinawa. Sonny went to Vietnam and died at a very young age. One thing that we can say in this country about the wars that we have fought, and then there was the Vietnam War. And those veterans that came home during the Vietnam era were not welcomed back home as our veterans are today. I want to thank Colonel Cook, and I want to thank everyone in this room for pushing that green button a couple of days ago, and for those in the room that worked very hard to make this happen. And for that, I want to say, Colonel Cook, Nathan Fletcher, Semper Fidelis, the Marine Corps motto, always faithful, and everyone in this room were faithful to the veterans of the Vietnam War. And for that, I want to thank you. God bless you. God bless the United States of America.
Mr. Cook, you may close.
You know, obviously enough, I think has been said. I appreciate the comments. But once again, the only thing I can say, this is not about me. This is about all those other veterans that we've forgotten for so many years. And this, as I think, is long overdue. And I ask for your aye vote on this. Thank you.
Clerk will open the roll. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. All members vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Aye 75, no 0. Senate amendments are concurred in. Mr. Torrico.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Motion of resolutions, please. Hereby request unanimous consent to allow Assemblymember Calderon to take up, without reference to file, SB 827 by Senator Wright.
Without objection. Mr. Cook, did you want immediate transmittal on that? We'll take care of that. All right. SB 827 is in order. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 827 by Senator Wright, an act relating to the South Coast Air Quality Management District.
Mr. Calderon, you may open without reference to file.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is a measure which, again, brings into question the application of CEQA. The South Coast Air Quality Management District has a pool of credits which they award to encourage projects which are clean projects. It had used this sort of pool of credits aggregated from other projects where they were not claimed, and they awarded to some 1,100 other projects. And ultimately, they were challenged in the court based on the accounting principle that they used to award these credits. And the court held that they failed to do an adequate CEQA analysis to take in the aggregate effect of this accounting principle. So now the court placed all of these projects on hold. 1,100 projects, 60,000 jobs, $4 billion in economic activity, not to mention hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue to the state. And so what this measure does is this measure, at least for those projects, not on a going forward basis, but for those projects, exempts them from the litigation. Now, I think it's important to balance here, because CEQA is supposed to be, it is visionary. We're supposed to start at one point and look forward to see how our development affects the community. And the irony here is we can now see how the community will be impacted, but it doesn't matter because there's a requirement that the court held for CEQA, and it doesn't matter how many jobs are impacted, and it doesn't matter how much commerce is affected. We have to be true to CEQA. So there has to be some balance. There has to be some balance of how we implement CEQA so that it makes sense in terms of how we are as a society and where we're going. So this bill will exempt CEQA from this litigation. Only these projects, whatever the course of litigation is in the future, other projects will be subject to whatever the court's finding is. Now, it's a cause for a lot of consternation that we have a bill that would do that, but we have to make that trade-off. We have to decide under these circumstances, projects which are shovel-ready, and most of these are essential services. For instance, in my district, a new police station, for hospitals, for waterworks projects. Many essential services are now being held up. And it seems to me that those petitioners which filed the petition to challenge the AQMD, I think were right to do it. And I think we need to look ahead to see whether or not this accounting principle makes any sense. But for these projects that got caught up in the litigation, I think the equities weigh in favor of the jobs and of the commerce that's being held up. And so we've come forward with this bill by Mr. Wright. This bill supported by some over 345 organizations representing 29 unions, 71 cities, 89 chambers of commerce and business associations, and over 100 individual businesses. This is what we have to do as policymakers. We have to make these tough decisions, but I think there is a way to do this by looking to see by evaluating this counting procedure for the future, but not to penalize these projects that were all approved and were ready to go until the court blocked those by way of a stay.
30
and so
seconds.
I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Calderon. Mr. John Perez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition and, quite frankly, in frustration to where we're at in the process right now. I agree with my colleague that we need to address the issue of air credits. My concern is the manner in which we're doing it and what the implications are as it relates to a few items in particular. When you look at the court case which created some of the challenges with respect to air credits, that was the case of NRDC versus the South Coast Air Quality Management District. The case was brought because of a concern in my district, a concern about a small city attempting to build a very large power plant that would generate enough PM10s by their own analysis to kill 16 people a year in the surrounding area. The folks in my community organized against this, ultimately got the lawsuit that resulted in NRDC versus South Coast AQMD, and I agree with my colleague that that decision overreached. It overreached when it shut down the ability of local government to provide essential services. It overreached when it shut down other important projects. But it didn't overreach when it talked about what the very real human impacts of this power plant that had no business being built in the first place. The language that we're dealing with now is a gut and amend of a previous bill, 696, by Senator Wright. The previous language specifically protected the people I'm talking about. It talked about native load. It talked about a difference between different air basins. And while I wasn't in love with the language of 696, it protected the people who were at issue in the underlying lawsuit. On my very quick read of this, in conversations with a variety of advocates, it's clear that the language that protected those people that resulted in the first lawsuit has been stripped out. Now, there's a disagreement about what other implications of this bill are. But what there's no disagreement about is that they've taken out the protections in 696 that carved out the people around which the lawsuit was brought in the first place. This is of incredible concern to me, especially because the Energy Commission was scheduled to take final action to take away the ability for this plant to move forward next week. And then earlier this week, I found out they've put that action off till October. I was suspicious then. I am more suspicious now as I see this language that really creates a very direct overturning of the court in NRDC versus South Coast Air Quality Management District. Now, I don't want to stand in the way of us being able to do the important power plants that we need to do in the state of California. And I don't want to stand in the way of other important essential services that need to go forward. I believe we have to come up with a new system for air credits. I am concerned that this is the wrong way to do it because it overturns the lawsuit that was directly at issue. And so I respectfully ask for your no votes. I hope that we then have time to go back and in whatever manner, in an expedited manner, deal with the underlying issue of an appropriate mechanism for air credits. This bill is not that. Thank you.
Mr. Smythe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I rise in support of this measure. You know, this is, if you look at the list of support, it's an incredible combination of labor and business and cities and counties and public agencies, because together they have all been frustrated by the inability to move forward with necessary, the necessary permits and credits to help construct hospitals and police stations and other necessary services. I mean, just yesterday, we sat in this chambers and debated the NFL, the stadium in the City of Industry, and the need for freeing up the job creation that would allow, and what the CEQA process had been an impediment to that. Well, here we are again having a very similar discussion, and this bill will enable necessary services to come online and create the jobs that are so desperately needed throughout the state of California. And again, this is another example. The AQMD's inability to issue these permits was just another example of the difficulty to do business here in the state of California. And this measure, by joining together business and labor and public agencies, shows this body's willingness to help create the jobs that are needed here in the state of California. So I heard this bill in committee. We supported it bipartisanly, and we asked for that same level of support here on the floor. Ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Huffman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill does not call into question CEQA. It does call something into question, though. I'm afraid what it's calling into question, what it's beginning to call into question, is the integrity of this institution. I want to make sure everybody knows something. There's been a lot of talk about the essential public services that have gotten held up by this freeze of credits over the litigation. Well, that's been resolved. There was action taken in the court that frees up these essential public services. They get to be permitted again. And there's another bill coming to you from Senator Lowenthal, if you want to make extra sure, that we could pass to make that crystal clear. This bill goes one very significant step further. Instead of just supporting the consensus action taken in that court case, because nobody has ever wanted to stop essential services from getting permitting, this bill goes back and restores the flawed crediting system that existed prior to the litigation, the system that the courts have held to be illegal. This bill does what my friend Senator Calderon invited us to do in his opening remarks. It asks us to balance the equities in a pending court case and adjudicate an outcome. Have we become so unable to legislate that now we're just going to start adjudicating? Is that what this body has come to? Every time there's a pending lawsuit, and maybe you don't want to wait for the resolution, just come on down. You want an NFL stadium? Come on down. Let's cut to it, folks. Is that what's going on here in the final days and final hours of this session? Madam Speaker, I'd like to adjourn in memory of CEQA.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, Mr. Smythe, I think, brought us to focus on the right thing. Mr. Smythe said, remember yesterday when this body, and then he went on to say, and I'll paraphrase in my own words perhaps, when this body decided to step into pending litigation, declare it doesn't exist, because we thought that there were other ends that were worth pursuing. And last night, we discussed the possibility that by doing that action then, we'd be opening the door to doing it again and again and again. It was unfortunate how prescient that discussion has turned out to be. I thought we might wait, I don't know, a few months rather than a few hours, but here we are again. And you know, Mr. Huffman said something I think that is particularly important for us to think about. And I'm going to emphasize the point. This legislation asks us to opine about something that none of us knows very much about. And that's the details of this litigation and the method by which credits are allocated. We know very little about it, in part because of the way this bill has gotten here. It's 1:45 in the morning. At most, we have a couple pages of analysis, most of which is cookie-cutter analysis, doesn't speak to underlying issues. Let's discuss one of those underlying issues. Many people on this floor previously have purported to care about the principle of environmental justice.
when you allocate pollution credits, there is the potential to place a major source of pollution in a poor area. Mr. Perez described precisely how that has happened in this case. Mr. Calderon did not describe that. Well, here we are. What are the facts? We don't know. Good judges understand the cases about which they are presiding. We don't. We don't because we're a legislature. We are not a court. At this late hour, under these circumstances, we are, in fact, as Mr. Smythe suggested, perpetuating a precedent that we should never have begun last night. We're making it worse tonight. I urge a no vote.
Mr. Fuentes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question of the author or the floor manager?
Without objections.
Sir, can you help me understand, is there any power plants that are mentioned in this legislation?
You want this one?
There are no power plants in this legislation. The power plant that I think Mr. Perez was referring to was that which was proposed by the city of Vernon, which is no longer an application that is under consideration and clearly is not included within the parameters of this bill. So I agree with Mr. Perez, that was a bad project, but that doesn't have anything to do with this bill.
Very good. Thank you. On my time, Madam Speaker, members, this bill, let me just talk a little bit to the process. It was alluded a couple of times now that this was a gut and amend. It was not. This bill was heard in Senate EQ, and it came over, and it was heard in Natural Resources, and was just heard in Utilities and Commerce. There's been a process to this bill. This bill has been out. It enjoys the, I think, bicameral review from the Senate and the Assembly, and it's not meant to frustrate anything that would allow for or get in the way of repowering or small emitting problems. This bill, what it does is it allows for the repowering, potentially the repowering of a plant, and that is a separate type of air emission credit that's banked. The concern about the Vernon plant does not play into this bill. This bill is necessary, as it was mentioned before by the manager, for essential services, small sources, and repowering. That's what this bill does. Thank you.
Mr. Riskin. Ms. Skinner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm troubled by two things. First, we clearly have a difference of opinion in the discussion on the floor as to what the bill does. And in the committee hearing that we just held in the UNC committee, we had the litigants in the lawsuit indicate that this amendment to Mr. Wright's bill that was adopted in the Utilities and Commerce Committee, in fact, basically did more than what was being presented. Then, in other words, it did more than just allow, say, for repowering facilities. And, in effect, gutted the intention of their lawsuit and went beyond just the activity of allowing for permits for essential public services, repowering of power plants, hospitals, and such. Now, the other troubling thing for myself is that Senator Wright's bill was heard in the Natural Resources Committee prior to its hearing in the UNC Committee, and in that committee, committee members asked, was it his intention to further amend the bill? And he indicated that it was not his intention, that the bill was to move through as it passed in that committee. And yet, when it hit the UNC committee, it was the amendment that's now being debated was added. I would urge a no vote.
Thank you, Mr. Calderon. Mr. Ruskin.
Members, I feel compelled to
speak on the bill, but more so on the process. It's 2 o'clock in the morning on the final day of session, the word day becoming a euphemism. We have, from time to time in caucus and on the floor over the last couple of days and more so over the last several hours, in various times expressed our feelings of concern about the process, that the process itself was not up to the standards of the legislature, that it is no longer, in some ways, it was no longer due process. It was no longer deliberative process. I haven't been truly alarmed about that until this moment. Last night, we had the opportunity to vote on something, and I thought the idea that we were opening up a Pandora's box was a fiction because what we voted on was an unusual item, a green stadium. And we were talking about X number of jobs in a very serious recession. But tonight I'm beginning to become alarmed that the Pandora's box is fully opened and that the process has begun to run amok. An amendment that has been taken at probably 1:30 in the morning on a day in which many of us have been extremely sleepy on and off again for hours, have barely the time to consider what this means. I'm feeling that this is becoming a tendency now, and it's alarming to me. I think that we have to be very careful about how we handle critical issues. And this is a critical issue. Just on the merits of the process, I would urge a no vote.
Mr. Calderon. Mr. Chesborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just rise to back up, as a member of the Natural Resources Committee, back up our chair in her description of, because I sat there and heard the same commitment on the part of the author that the bill as we saw it was what was going to go forth, and without amendments which would expand it beyond the essential public services, and that in fact those amendments have occurred. And I don't really feel like I'm an expert on this litigation or an expert on what's going on in Southern California, but I am very concerned about the process and the honor of this House and its committees, and for that reason I urge a no vote.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Chesbrough, go right ahead.
And the other thing is that we have an identical bill, I understand, coming to us by Mr. Lowenthal. So we have the opportunity.
Speak in reference to the bill, Mr. Chesbrough.
Well, I'm just going to say we have another opportunity to adopt the bill that the committee intended to put before this floor.
Very well. Are you speaking in reference to the bill on call today? Very well. Thank you. Mr. Pettis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was not going to speak on this issue, but I felt compelled to because it's very critical. We all know that CEQA is there and has been placed so that we can respect Mother Earth. And we need to appreciate that. But we also know that CEQA has had some struggles. We know that we need to reform CEQA. I believe in environmental justice. I've had many fronts, whether it's the New River Bill or whether I'm talking about the Salton Sea or the illegal dumping and burning that's going on in my backyard. I understand that we need to fight for environmental justice. But I also understand that we need to have balance in the work that we do. I also believe that we need to have economic justice. And quite frankly, There's too many folks of color, too many people in my community that are hurting right now because they don't have a job. And if you ask them what's important to them, they'll tell you having a job is very important to them. They'll tell you that there's a lot of integrity in the work because through that, they're able to take care of their families. So as we work hard to preserve our lands, and as we work hard to preserve our oceans, we also need to work hard to preserve our communities and humanity and the people that live in those communities. I ask you, as we move forward with this debate, with these discussions, that we take a step back and we take a critical look at CEQA, not to entirely get rid of it, but how can we improve it? How can we make it better for all our communities? I'm tired of hearing from a perspective or a lens that's eco-elitist, if you will. What about eco-populism, where it makes sense for all of us? I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you. Mr. Furutani.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members. It's interesting that there's a theme emerging over these last couple of days relative to several bills that we've been dealing with. I was in the UNC committee meeting when we dealt with this last one, and it was about 11:45. We were under major pressure to get done by 12. We were moving a lot of items through the committee. And then the other day when we were dealing with the stadium, the idea of a green stadium, the idea of jobs, and of course the whole context that always came up was the issue of process and what's going on. The thing that I am really disturbed about, absolutely disturbed about, is how with these issues, this one included, we keep pitting the environment against people getting jobs. I don't understand this green-blue problem we're having. Some places we're developing a green-blue alliance where environment and working people come together around working together around a common goal. And I'm just not seeing this, and everybody pointing fingers relative to who's going to have the highest moral ground. It is really difficult to do policy. I agree the process has been terrible relative to these last several days, but it's the end of session stuff that we have to deal with every time. But this is something we have to address. I'm not sure how I'm going to vote on this, but in terms of looking at this issue of having this conflict between people having jobs and the environment is an artificial conflict that we're all going to have to back away from and stop pointing and polarizing this issue, or we're not going to get anything done. So I just need to make that observation. It's an arbitrary and I think artificial contradiction that we're putting ourselves in. People that all believe in pretty much the same thing, and here we are on opposite sides on stuff, pointing fingers at each other. This has got to stop.
Mr. Calderon, you may close.
Mr. Speaker and members, it was suggested today that the question wasn't really CEQA, but the question here was whether or not this institution's integrity is intact. Well, I don't think this institution's integrity is being called into question. What's being called into question is the relevance and applicability of CEQA in today's society, besieged by terrorism and buckling under a faltering economy. The truth of the matter is CEQA worked. It worked. There was a dispute, there was a lawsuit, and there will be a decision. But the question you really need to ask is, what about the 60,000 jobs? What about those people? Did CEQA work for them? Well, I mean, Mr. Fuhr says that we're attempting to opine about something that we know little or nothing about. I had to chuckle about that because what came to mind is, what else is new? I stood here before this body and argued passionately that we should wait, we should evaluate a 350-page bill that was brought to us only a few hours ago. And not one person in this chamber read that bill and voted for it. And what about AB 32 that was enacted at 2 a.m. in the morning? And what about AB 1318, Mr. Perez's bill that this body voted out of this House to the governor's desk tonight, which was a plant and which also provided credits?
Mr. Huffman, for what purpose, sir?
Mr. Speaker, you've admonished other speakers to talk about the bill, and we've just covered 3 other bills.
Thank you, Mr. Huffman. So noted. Mr. Calderon, speak in reference to the bill, please. Thank you.
I am speaking in reference to the bill. The decline of the ethics of this institution, is that in reference to the bill? But I'm responding to that argument provided by the gentleman who just objected to my comments.
Very well. You may continue, sir.
So what we have to do is we have to make these decisions. We're elected to make these decisions. No more sanctimonious comments about the high moral ground. We need to be consistent. We need to be about people. We need to be about the people who elected us. And the people who elected us to protect the environment. No question about that. And CEQA does that. But they also elected us to preserve the future of their well-being, their income, and their families. It is up to us to make those decisions. The court's not going to do it. The court can only do what the petitioners asked it to do. And they sure didn't ask them to watch out for the 60,000 people whose jobs are impacted here. So let's take the responsibility. Let's balance the equities. Let's be good representatives. Let's accomplish the greatest good for the greatest number. Let's respect our laws, and let's make them work. This bill does that. And I ask for an aye vote.
Very well. All debate having ceased, clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. 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 Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 41, noes 19. Measure is adopted. I'm going to file item AB 320 from Mr. Solorio. Mr. Tirico, for what purpose, sir?
In order to make this item eligible, Mr. Speaker, if I may.
Without objection.
Hereby request unanimous consent to allow Mr. Solorio to take up AB 320 without reference to file immediately.
Without objection, sir. AB 320 from Mr. Solorio. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 320 by Assemblymember Solorio, an act relating to county jails.
Mr. Solorio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill is a follow-up to AB 900, the Public Safety and Offender Rehabilitation Services Act of 2007, which authorized lease revenue bond financing for the construction of state and county jail beds. This bill would provide another eligibility option to qualify for those funds by granting equal preference points to counties if they agree to provide their own reentry beds and service to inmates in their community in lieu of citing a new state reentry facility. The Senate amendments required counties with over 500,000 people or more to provide a minimum of 500 reentry beds to be eligible. Smaller counties would provide one reentry bed for each regular bed. I ask for your aye vote in this concurrence.
Thank you, Mr. Solorio. Mr. Nielsen.
Mr. President, or Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the Assembly, a noble idea, but the devil in this is in CDCR, the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. Reentry facilities and preferences for such have great merit. If they are in fact serving that purpose, facilitating successful reentry into the community. But historically, such things in the Department of Corrections have been at best a fraud and not well intended. And one of the undergirding things of the reentry facilities under AB 900 previous to this bill, and will be continued under this bill, is a desire to shift out into the counties what are now state responsibility inmates and parolees to become local responsibility. And the reentry facilities are going to become nothing more than mini prisons, and then one day in another budget crisis, the state of California will tell the counties, these are now your inmates, not ours. Now that's already happening in a wholesale way. I would say that there's a little bit of frosting on the cake here, but it's a very, very sour cake, and one that you will live to regret, I believe, as these burdens are shifted to your counties who do not have the means, the facilities, the rehabilitative opportunities to provide.
Yes. Mr. Solorio, you may close, sir, if you desire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just very briefly, I would just point out that these agreements would be between the state and local governments. The nice thing about this, as opposed to state reentry facilities, is that local governments would have full control as to what happens in these facilities as opposed to a regular state facility. I ask for your aye vote.
All debate having ceased, clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. 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 Clerk will close roll. Tally the votes. Ayes 63, noes 4. Measure is adopted. We move to file item AB 1404 from Mr. DeLeon. Clerk will read.
Assembly.
Mr. Tirico, for what purpose do you rise, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under motion resolutions, hereby request unanimous consent
Without objection.
to allow Mr. De Leon to take up AB 1404.
Without objection. Mr. Hackman?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do object and ask a roll call vote, please.
Without objection, Mr. Hackman. At this great hour of 2:11 a.m., second by Mr. Kekorian, there will be a roll call vote. Mr. Tirico is asking for an aye vote. Mr. Hackman is asking for a no vote at 2:11 in the morning. Clerk will open the roll. Mr. Tirico is asking for an aye vote. Mr. Hackman is asking for a no vote. Mr. Tirico is asking for an aye vote. Mr. Hackman is asking for a no vote. Clerk will close the roll. Tally the votes. Ayes 45, noes 24. Mr. Tirico, you may continue. Mr. Huffman, I'm not trying to tell you to hurry up. I'm just saying that it's 2:11 in the morning and we're moving forward. Mr. DeLeon. You may move forward. AB 1404, DeLeon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members.
Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 1404 by Assemblymember De Leon, an act relating to air pollution.
Mr. DeLeon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, as well as members. AB 1404 limits the use of offsets to 10% and establishes requirements for verifying and tracking compliance offsets to ensure that they are real, not double counted, and do not cause harm to the environment or public health. Additionally, AB 1404 prioritizes that offsets produce co-benefits. Amendments have been taken in the Senate and were technical in nature and are addressing chapter and conflicts. This bill is co-sponsored by the Union of Concerned Scientists as well as the State Building and Construction Trades Council. I respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no debate or discussion, clerk will open the roll. Mr. Calderon, strike the roll, please. Mr. Calderon.
I'm sorry for raising my mic.
Members, before Mr. Calderon, let me just say that before members need to decide whether or not they're going to speak to an item so that we can eliminate potential problems on the floor before we open the roll. Mr. Calderon, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, and I'm going to vote for it. But I wanted to raise, a question that bothers me when we're talking about global warming and how we're going to address global warming. AB 32 was good. But did AB 32 apply to addressing global warming within the boundaries of California or on a global basis? We had the Sumitian bill that put a 20% cap on the use of offsets. We have this bill that puts a 10% cap on the use of offsets. But if a clean burning plant or a clean project is built somewhere else in the world or in the country, are we not helping to rid or stem global warming? So I just wanted us to think about the fact that we want to limit credits, but we want to eliminate global warming as well. And we want to confine it to the borders of California. And I don't think we can do that. If we're going to address global warming, then we have to address it where it occurs. And if we're the catalyst to make that happen, that's good. But we can't expect that it's going to happen within the boundaries of the state of California. Nevertheless, I ask for an aye vote.
Mr. DeLeon, you may close. My apologies, Mr. DeVore. I guess at this point we're going to have several mics to rise. Mr. DeVore.
I wanted to comment on what I thought were the brilliant remarks of the gentleman from the greater Los Angeles area in pointing out the obvious, that California is not an island, neither an economic island nor an environmental island. And in point of fact, you cannot constrain the greenhouse gas emissions from this state from going across boundaries to other states or to other nations. And so this bill, like others before us tonight, will do nothing to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions, because what they act to do is to raise energy costs in California, thus diminish the jobs available in California, diminish California's emissions, to be sure, but then emissions in other states and nations will rise to make up the difference. That's why China is currently building 2 1,000-megawatt coal-fired plants every week, 100 a year. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill was bad when it was first voted off the floor of the Assembly. I don't believe it's gotten any better over in the Senate, and I would recommend non-concurrence.
Mr. DeLeon, you may close, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just really quickly, I just want to address some of the concerns from my colleague. Global warming is a real issue, and I thank Mr. Calderon for bringing up the issue very much so. I think they're very poignant remarks. Nonetheless, I don't believe it's inherently fair that, in fact, if we have cement plants or utility companies that are polluting in our neighborhoods in the state of California, that folks elsewhere get the benefits. If you have someone pig farm in Mongolia and you want to sequester methane gas, why should a cement factory in the state of California be able to purchase carbon offsets while they continue to pollute traditional pollutants in our neighborhood? Why should we transfer wealth to other parts of the world? Why should other folks receive the co-benefits? The global warming issue is a real issue. Obviously, CO2 emissions, greenhouse gases, they know no borders. They know no countries and nations. But try telling that for a child who lives adjacent to a freeway or a child who lives adjacent to a cement plant. This is a real issue. This is a cutting-edge issue, I believe. This is one of the unintended consequences that we've seen from AB 32 of what we need to do to make sure that folks do not continue to buy themselves out of polluting in our communities in the state of California. It's been said before that this bill is a job killer. I will say you're probably right. It is a job killer. In Indonesia, in Zimbabwe, and in China, because it will create new jobs here in the state of California as we move forward toward green technology. Colleagues, I respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. De Leon. All debate having ceased, clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. 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 Mr. De Leon moves the call. Was there 40? Lift the call, please. all the we pushed the wrong button, sir. Lift the call. The clerk will lift the call on the last vote, please. Ayes 41, noes 29. Measure passes. Senate amendments are concurred in. Mr. Tirico, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hereby request unanimous consent to allow Mr. Hagman to take up, without reference to file, SB 678 by Senator Leno.
Without objection. We'll take up SB 678 by Mr. Leno. Mr. Hagman will be presenting clerkery. Without objection. The previous action was rescinded. Clerkery.
Senate Bill 678 by Senator Leno, an act relating to probation. Senate Bill 678 with amendments.
With amendments, Mr. Hagman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we just passed this off this floor not too long ago. This amendment to remove the urgency clause. I again ask for your aye vote.
Members, this is on amendments. We'll have a voice vote on the amendments. All those in favor of the amendments signify by the normal sign of aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Amendments are adopted. Out to print, back on. We have a mock-up on the amendments. Without objection, we'll take the amendments up in mock-up form. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 678 by Senator Leno, an act relating to probation.
Mr. Hagman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, again, this is a bill that we all passed unanimously or bipartisan support just a few hours ago. The amendments we just took off the urgency clause. Again, respectfully ask for your aye vote.
Clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote desire to vote. All those vote desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 71, no 0. Measure is adopted. Members, we're going to recess the regular session and substitute the prayer and pledge and the other order of business to go into the third extraordinary session. Mr. Tirico, for what purpose?
At the request of the author, I request unanimous consent to rescind the floor vote of September 11, 2009, yesterday, whereby SB 13 was passed to the Senate to return the bill to the third reading file.
Without objection, sir.
I request unanimous consent to allow Assemblymember Evans to take up amendments at the desk on SB 13.
Without objection, clerk will note. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 13 with amendments by Assemblymember Evans.
Ms. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is back from the Senate for purposes of amendment. This is the bill that restores funding for domestic violence shelters that passed off our floor earlier today. The amendments correct the date on which the governor declared the special session and changes the author. I ask for your aye vote on amendments.
Ms. Evans, you're asking for an aye vote? On the amendments? Mr. Tirico, for what purpose do you rise, sir?
Just premature, that's all.
Very well, then. Thank you, sir. We'll do a voice vote on... I love it because it's 2:30 in the morning and we're still functioning well. We'll have a voice vote on the amendment so you won't have to push your buttons. All those in favor of the amendment signify by the normal sign of aye. All those opposed, the ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. Mr. Tirico.
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to allow Assemblymember Evans to take up SB 13 as amended without reference to file. For the
Without objection, clerk will read.
Senate Bill 13 by Senator Alquist, an act relating to domestic violence, making an appropriation therefore and declaring the urgency thereof to take effect immediately.
Ms. Evans, it's 2:24 p.m. in the afternoon. You may begin.
I'll be briefer than you just were, Mr. Speaker. I ask for your aye vote on the bill as amended.
Clerk will read. Clerk will open the roll. All those vote desire to vote. All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote desire to vote.
SB 388. You need to take it out without reference.
All those vote desire to vote.
SB 388.
All those vote who desire to vote. All those vote desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll. Tally the votes. Ayes 73, no 0. On the urgency, ayes 73, no 0. On the bill, measure passes. Mr. Tirico, sir, for what purpose do you rise? I got you.
It's concurrence and Senate amendments. Mr. Speaker, I apologize. I request unanimous consent to allow Ms. Evans to take up AB 37 without reference to file or committee for the purpose of concurrence and Senate amendments.
Without objection, sir. Ms. Evans. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 37 by Assemblymember Evans, an act relating to state finances.
Ms. Evans. Ms. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This AB 37 is here for concurrence and Senate amendments. The Senate amendments strip the urgency clause. This is the bill that we passed earlier today that implements cash deferral proposals to reduce the cost of revenue anticipation notes by around $50 million a year. It no longer has an urgency clause. I ask for your aye vote in concurrence.
Seeing and hearing no debate or discussion, clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. 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 Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 52, noes 15. Senate amendments are concurred in. We will recess the third extraordinary session and reconvene the regular session. Mr. Tirico, for what purpose do you rise?
To request unanimous consent for Assemblymember Huffman to take up AB 920 without reference to file.
Without objection. Mr. Hackman, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do request a roll call vote. Request a no.
Without objection. Mr. Tirico is asking for an aye vote. Second by Mr. Krikorian. Mr. Hackman is asking for a no vote. Clerk will open the roll. Members, Mr. Tirico is asking for an aye vote. Mr. Hackman is asking for a no vote. Mr. Tirico is asking for an aye vote. Mr. Hackman is asking for a no vote. Clerk will close the roll. Tally the votes. Ayes 48, noes 25. Mr. Tirico. Mr. Huffman. Clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 920 by Assemblymember Huffman, an act relating to energy.
Members, I know it's early, but please allow your attention to be focused on the person presenting. Mr. Huffman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill allows owners of solar or wind generation systems to be compensated by the utility for any surplus electricity they produce. That compensation will be limited to a fair wholesale price. It's one of the few times that you have a chance to vote for a bill that promotes renewables but without any subsidies at all. And the power that's purchased by the utilities will count toward their renewable portfolio standard requirements. This is a bill that left this House with strong bipartisan support and had only chaptering out amendments in the Senate. I request your aye vote.
Seeing and hearing no debate or discussion, clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. 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 Clerk will close the roll. Tally the votes. Ayes 46, noes 21. Senate amendments are concurred in. Mr. Tirico, for what purpose do you rise?
Hereby request unanimous consent to allow Mr. Krikorian to take up, without reference to file, SB 62 by Senator Smithian.
Without objection. This is one of the bills reported from the Utilities and Commerce Committee, and it's without reference to file. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 62 by Senator Smithian, an act relating to energy.
Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present on SB 62, which is a cleanup measure to SB 14, which we just passed. SB 62 will do two things. First, it corrects a drafting error in SB 14 that set one of the four renewable targets in 2012 when it should have been 2013. It corrects that typographical error. But also it makes a modification to the definition of delivered electricity so that resources can be considered delivered when transmission capacity exists between the resource and California within 1 day rather than 1 hour. So it gives utilities much greater flexibility in counting out-of-state generated renewable electricity as being delivered into California. And so with that, I respectfully request your aye vote.
No debate or discussion. Seeing no debate or discussion, clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote. 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 All those vote desire to vote. All those vote desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll. Tally the votes. Ayes 42. No 17. Measure is adopted. Mr. Tarico, for what purpose do you wish to be recognized?
Hereby request unanimous consent to allow Mr. Krikorian to take up AB 64 without reference to file immediately.
Without objection. Mr. Hackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do request a roll call vote. Request a no vote.
Seconded by Mr. Krikorian. Mr. Tarico is asking for an aye vote. Mr. Hackman is asking for a no vote. Clerk will open the roll. Mr. Tarico is asking for an aye vote. Mr. Hackman is asking for a no vote. Mr. Tarico is asking for an aye vote. Mr. Hackman is asking for a no vote. Clerk will close the roll. Tally the votes. Ayes 46, noes 27. Rules are suspended. On the bill, the clerk will read.
Assembly Bill 64 by Assemblymember Krikorian and others, an act relating to energy.
Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, AB 64 is the last part of the renewable energy saga for this evening. AB 64 is the companion measure to SB 14, and taken together, these two bills create the comprehensive 33% RPS policy that we've been working on for over a year. Assembly Bill 64, as it left this House, was gutted and amended in the Senate so that we would have a comprehensive policy between SB 14 and AB 64 that deals with all aspects of this renewable energy portfolio policy. Specifically, AB 64, as it's now been amended, provides for a permitting team at the Department of Fish and Game which will accelerate the RPS permitting process. It provides for guaranteed rate recovery for renewable transmission lines that are pending FERC approval. It improves coordination among our state's transmission grid operators, and it calls for a streamlined 18-month transmission siting process at the PUC. It also incentivizes utility-owned generation to allow utilities to take advantage of the federal production and investment tax credit for renewables, and it requires comprehensive planning by our utilities for the long-term renewable energy future. I respectfully ask for your concurrence in these Senate amendments.
Mr. Smythe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise in opposition, and particularly in the comments about transmission, really are poignant because we pass all of these great ideas, whether it's AB 32 or Mr. Simidian's bill and others that set these standards and set these goals for renewable energy. And those are all very laudable, and we should support them to a degree. But the problem is the transmission. We put all these standards in place and we expect them to be met, and yet when a utility or a local government wants to and tries to put those transmission lines in, they are met with strong opposition. And so we create a catch-22. So before we're putting together and continuing on setting these goals, why don't we also add in some ability to and some relief to get those transmission lines built so these renewable energies can get to the grid and get to the customers? I ask for a no vote.
Mr. DeVore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I think the series of bills that we've passed tonight could be variously described as the California Economy Death Sentence Act of 2009, or perhaps the California Permanent 15% Unemployment Acts of 2009. I'd like to commend my colleagues to a study that was done in Spain in the wake of their big push for green jobs a few years ago. The study was just completed a few months ago from Universidad Rey Juan Carlos in March 2009. And out of Juan Carlos University, this study called the Study of the Effects on Employment of Public Aid to Renewable Energy Sources determined that since the year 2000, every green job created in Spain cost at least $774,000 per green job, and that for every job created in Spain at that cost, they lost 2.2 regular jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, California is now struggling with one of the highest unemployment rates in America. Why are we consigning the hard-working men and women of this state to further years of economic misery or a one-way U-Haul trip to Texas. I love this state. I've lived in this state now since 1976. My children have been born in this state. I would like them to grow up and to have families in this state. But ladies and gentlemen, the things that we're doing tonight will make that very difficult, because we're making energy, already the most costly in America, in California, even more costly, and that will put further pressure on the manufacturing industries that provide the foundation of the job market for the state of California. I just can't say it enough. I would wish that everyone in this chamber would have the ability to see themselves 10 years from now, to know the terrible and pernicious harm they're about to do to the job market of this state. I strongly urge a no vote.
Thank you, Mr. Berryhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question of the author?
Without objection, sir.
Assemblyman Krikorian, do you have a renewable energy pill that we could all take? Because that is a pill I could swallow. However, I have to urge a no vote on this bill because I cannot swallow it. Thank you.
Mr. Knight.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know that I could beat that comment, but you know, it's very funny. We're going through all these RPS standard bills, and obviously everyone from the LA Basin is going to stand up and say this is a great thing, this is a great thing. You know, the people out in the desert, we have to deal with this. We have these projects going. I have about 8 projects in my district going right now, from 1 megawatt to 600 megawatts. We have to deal with all the CEQA. We have to deal with all the problems that come from this. I'll give you one example. One of the projects in the Antelope Valley was just canceled because of the Mojave ground squirrel. Now, the Mojave ground squirrel was never found in the property that this power plant was going to be put on. But they said, you know what? This property is perfect environment for a Mojave ground squirrel. So I'm sure if one wanted to come here, they could live here. So that project has been canceled. This is a laudable goal. I agree. But when the business community told us we couldn't keep up with it, we didn't believe them. We're still not believing them. This is a horrible idea.
Mr. Krikorian, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Knight, you should love this bill, because this bill provides for a permitting team at the Department of Fish and Game to help expedite siting so we don't have to deal with quite so many issues. And Mr. DeVore, I know you're concerned about the U-Haul trailers going out of California, but you shouldn't be, because the California Chamber of Commerce has removed its opposition to this bill. So if this were the job killer that you're describing, I'm confident that the Chamber of Commerce would agree with you. They do not. Why? Because this isn't about U-Haul trailers leaving California. This is about bulldozers building things in California. And this is about semi-trucks coming into California and economic activity that's going to happen in California and freeing California of its dependence on fossil fuels. So I respectfully, members, ask for your aye vote on AB 64.
All debate having ceased, clerk will open the roll. All those vote who desire to vote, 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 all those vote who desire to vote. Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes, ayes 46, noes 28. Measure is adopted. Senate amendments are concurred in. Mr. Tirico, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, hereby request unanimous consent to allow Assemblymember Calderon to take up SB 388 by Senator Calderon without reference to file immediately.
Without objection, This is another measure that was reported by the Utilities and Commerce Committee. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 388 by Senator Calderon, an act relating to the South Coast Air Quality Management District.
Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this particular bill has within it authorization for a power plant in the city of Industry. It is one of those projects that was held up in this litigation. Earlier today, this body passed out AB 1318 by a vote of 67 to 3, and in that bill was the exact same plant as the plant that is included in this legislation, SB 388, except for one factor, two factors. This plant is smaller, and this plant is in the LA Basin, and the other plant was outside the LA Basin. And so this is one that is in my district. There's 400 jobs at stake, and it's no different than what this legislature has already voted off this floor, except for those two differences. I ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Nielsen.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, just a kind of rhetorical observation to my esteemed colleague, Senator Calderon. I will be happy to support this, but Senator, when I want a CEQA exemption for a dam, help me out.
All debate having ceased, clerk will open the roll. All those voters who desire to vote. 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 Clerk will close the roll, tally the votes. Ayes 43, noes 10. Measure is adopted. Mr. Tirico, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, hereby request unanimous consent to allow Mr. Chesbro to take up without reference to file SCR 55 by Senator Wolk.
Without objection. Mr. Chesbro will take that up shortly. Thank you. We're going to go to SCR 55 by Senator Wolf without reference to file. Mr. Chesbro will be taking that up. Clerk will read.
Senate concurrent resolution 55 by Senator Wolk relative to Healthcare Decisions Week.
Mr. Chesbro.
Yes, under the category of good things are worth waiting for, I would like to present Senator Lois Wolk's SCR 55, which would establish the week of October 25th through October 31st, 2009 as Healthcare Decision Week in California. The purpose of the resolution is to heighten the awareness of the public about the importance of discussing in a culturally sensitive manner with family and other loved ones what individuals' desired healthcare treatments options are should they become seriously ill or incapacitated. Thank you, and I urge your aye vote.
Members will take a voice vote on the resolution. All those in favor, please signify by the normal sign of aye. Any opposed? Resolution is adopted. Mr. Delatorre, are you... Members. Mr. Delatorre, are you prepared to take up SB 450?